Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream. It's 5 o'clock again on this Sunday afternoon. It's been an absolutely gorgeous Sunday as well. Lovely weekend. In fact, it looks as though the next few days the weather is set to be really nice as well. Good evening to May Stays. I'm very well, thank you, and I hope you are well too. And yes, indeed, let's hope things working well for you from the game. Hope from my point of view as well, we kind of get a trouble-free week as well. So here's a confirmation of the lineup then for this week. So we're going to take another trek on the Mildmay line and the North London line, Stratford to Wilson Junction, and then Doncaster to Peterborough next in the East Coast Main Line Railtour pack, the Great Western Liveried 47484 Isambard Kingdom Brunel, and then we're going to go over to the Netherlands for a trip on the ICM Koploper, Koploper I should say, shouldn't I? Then Groningen to Zwolle, and then finally another trip on the 47484. I think it's supposed to be a DMU substitution in all honesty, but it's Darlington to Eaglescliffe. I'm not sure it probably ever happened in real life. Yeah, it's very irritating when the game kind of crashes on you, and particularly when you've done a long run as well. Yeah, don't blame you, May says. It's been absolutely gorgeous. It really, really has. And it's felt more like summer than spring. And I was out yesterday. Rare event, really, but the work colleagues were going on a little canoeing thing. So there's a group of people. They'd never done it before, but that was quite good fun. And I said, well, I don't want to sit in a boat, but I'm quite happy to film you and record a video for you. So quite enjoyed doing that. It's been a lovely, lovely day. Yeah, I think it's quite difficult, isn't it, at the moment? And it's great all the mods that keep coming out, but it's kind of a question of what you can handle and what your computer can handle. And I guess there gets to a point where it just gets tipped over the edge. Yes, I enjoy doing it actually, and I've recorded them a nice video, so I'm going to take that into work tomorrow. So I think they'll be quite pleased to see that. It was quite a bit of fun, really, young and old alike. So something a bit different. Right, so where are we now? Let's get into the Mildmay line. So it's one of those things again where, actually I tell you what, let's put no clouds on because that's kind of typical of the way it's been. So it's 2 November 62, but of course, as ever with the North London line, there's a 1,000,001 scenarios bearing that number, but it's the 0738 we're going to take. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And there's a chance of driving sort of that all white Pendolinos that were typical at the time, but also I think the Virgin liveried flowing silk colours. Time to remember what it was like before COVID as well, really. So that'll be nice. And it looks as though they've put a good deal of effort into creating another great timetable for the West Coast Main Line, which is fantastic. I noticed actually Tom was saying he's had a few problems with doing live streaming, and although I think he's on Twitch, and I'm doing it on YouTube. I think it sounds very similar to the problems I was encountering actually a few months ago, and I still don't really know what caused the problem, but the only thing I got to in the end was it works with one particular VPN, and everything else it throws it out of the game, so still not sure. Yeah, well, I mean, mine's old as well, but I'll give it a go. I'm hoping it'll be all right, but I'm hoping to do a bit of streaming with it all being well. But we'll have to wait and see. So we're at Stratford on this service. Yeah, absolutely. I suppose at least one of the good things is that all the people on the consoles, and there's lots of them that play this game on the consoles, and they're struggling even worse because they don't even have the chance to put these mods in the game. So we're due off at 0740. But I'm sure you're the same actually, but I kind of glance at Train Sim Community website virtually every day, thinking what's next, what's coming up, what's in there. I mean, I'm glad I got that extra memory in that I've managed when I have the PC struggles as well at the time, so I think that perhaps helps a bit, but it's one of those things I kind of can't visually feel any benefit from, but it must help to a certain extent. I was running it off 32 meg at the time. That looks a bit close, doesn't it? I'm not sure about this. Well, that's weird. I tried this scenario yesterday. Yeah, it would make it a lot better. Yeah, so that train has to clear. This is really weird. We get some strange things with the game sometimes, because I tried this scenario earlier on and it worked absolutely perfectly. Right, now the platform's different, isn't it? It's such a strange game sometimes. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it looks alright now. It's the jinx of the first service, I think. Yeah, I was thinking a bit earlier on, right, we need to get this first run off and running to perfection today, and sure enough, we've still had a first run issue, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm really buzzing about the news that this great little route is going to be extended to Richmond, and all for free as well. I mean, I think he's talking about he's going to get some of the bugs sorted out first. I know. I think it's become almost the tradition at the moment. Yeah, definitely. And again, it's like, you know, sort of exciting teenager time, where I'm thinking, you know, how far has he got with it, and has he already laid the track, and you know, has he started to make work on it? I can't help thinking there must have been some little progress on it already. And it's only something like about 6 miles of track, but it's such an interesting section. And you know, the power changeover from well, in this direction, AC to DC, and you know, it's kind of that country feel as well once you get out to places like Kew Gardens. And hopefully, if he's going to put in the 484s representing the underground stop, then you know, that'll be quite something. I'm really looking forward to that, I must say, being able to do an end-to-end run from Stratford to Richmond and vice versa. I mean, I know there'll be some people will be saying, yeah, but what about Clapham Junction? But kind of one stage at a time, really, for the moment. I just love somebody to do a bit of a mod for the 313 so that you can operate it in both sort of AC and DC mode. You know, even if they did a sort of a mod of the 314 and turn that into being DCable, I'd be happy enough with that. I mean, you know, it's only been out a few weeks, but still absolutely loving this route. And you know, you've only got to look behind you and look at the city buildings in the background, and then, you know, sort of how busy the streets are in and around as well. So Homerton next. Great powers of concentration needed to drive this particular route, because these constant stations, the constant changing in the speed limits. It'd be quite interesting to perhaps put in N8 Scooby's Underground reskin of the 378 as well. That would do quite nicely for the District Line services. I still feel as though, I mean, there's been so much coming out really the last few weeks. I still feel as though I've not really had the chance to give all the routes enough justice, and sometimes I just don't get the chance in the week to play the game massively beyond the videos that I record and stream. Slightly dodgy driving round the corner there. Seems to be slicing through that building a little bit, but I mean, stuff like that doesn't massively bother me. It's it'd be nice to tidy up a few things like that there, you know, the misshaped building, stuff like that, but it's not deal breaking by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I was expecting quite a quiet I think there's so much going on, isn't there, sometimes, Amaze Tays. It's just not always finding the time. I think, you know, you always want this hobby to be you know, to be a pleasure, and you want to enjoy driving the trains. It should never be a chore. So, you know, if it goes beyond that, then it's not going to be good fun. But yeah, I did think, I kind of thought it was going to be a quiet stream, really, the April roadmap stream, but not a bit of it. We will take you through the East Coast Main Line Railtour pack as well with our next run. And again, there's been all sorts of comment and criticism about what's being created, but I quite like it myself. And again, it's complete speculation, but you know, sort of hoping that if they've announced it now, that there is kind of hope that the extension to Richmond might come in maybe before Train Sim World 6 comes in. It's always guesswork, isn't it? You really don't get a chance for these outside views because of how close the stations come up.
This includes e-cigarettes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I could have understood a criticism about this pack if they charged, you know, £30 for it, but things take time, things cost money, and I enjoyed listening to the stream on whenever it was when it came out in midweek, and you could tell, it's Thursday, wasn't it? You could tell that they've got a great passion about the loco and they've put in a lot of work. And also, it's good that, again, it's a new developer and something a bit different, and maybe from now in the future we're going to get new locos. I think they're definitely going to maybe modify the 45s and the 40s. I know some people will say, well, Dovetail Games should have done that already, and I suppose there's some truth in that, but I love the passion that they've put into it, and they were even talking about making sure that they got the all the rivets in place for the nameplate, the right number and in the right places. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Don't know why. Yeah, definitely, I think so. Definitely think so, and I'm sure I heard right, but I don't know if it's in the stream or in the comments, but I'm sure there's some sort of plan to make sure that you could substitute in the not just the 47 on other services, but the Mark 1s as well. And I think that would be really nice, because sometimes when you do some of the cross-country services on the West Coast Main Line, it looks so much better knowing that you've got the old Mark 1s in place, because they were still around very much on such services at the time, as far as I remember anyway. I tell you what, it was very nostalgic just even walking along the carriages on the old Mark 1s. They've got that lovely British Rail blue, that checkered blue to an absolute perfection. It looked it was so reminiscent. Highbury and Islington is next. we've got a single yellow too. I think this was a scenario I've picked out from the Awesome Trains services entry in the forum, so I think we should get a few adverse signals, hopefully. I can't remember if I mean, he might be watching the Manchester Derby, but I remember Christopher saying, I think it was last week he mentioned, didn't he, was going to Benidorm, but I don't know whether it was quite this soon. That's a strange old signal, isn't it? And there we go, we progressed to... You kind of assumed there would be a signal before the junction protecting the other line. Right, so we're okay to the platform, aren't we? Oh, that's true. Yeah, it could be. Well, now I'm confused because we got the road, but was it one of those daft AWS things where there was no pink? I don't know what's going on here. Yes. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we're all right. Yes, you heard him yapping. I think that's the first time on the stream, isn't it? Yes. My brother's just got the mower out. He's planning on doing a bit of early evening mowing, and despite the fact he's well used to us doing the mowing now, he still behaves ridiculously every time. It's the same. We get the same palaver when we have the shopping delivered every week as well. Sometimes he loses his voice as well. Well, not quite, but he's really just straining his voice with the yapping. Yeah, he's very much in full throttle. He knows what's going on. He makes a very sneaking appearance on one of the early videos I uploaded when Gospel Out to Barking came in. I thought it was a perfect opportunity to get him into a video. Yeah, he's our little yapping dog. Yes, I wonder if he's picked up that new car. I know he's been waiting for it. I'll tell you what, if he's managed to get it and he's off out and about, I certainly wouldn't blame him on a lovely day like today. By the way, just an early heads up, it's the Masters Golf next weekend, and I know if I'd streamed on the Sunday, I still, probably won't finish till about midnight, but I quite fancy the idea of settling in front of the telly early evening, so I think we're going to do a stream on Saturday next weekend. And taking the golf on Sunday. It's nice. I just enjoy being able to see the whole thing from start to finish. I'm sure there's a speed limit missing there, because it feels as though there's no way that you should be doing 40 over those points. I know this is the point at which it is here at Camden Road, isn't it, where you branch off towards the West Coast Main Line and Primrose Hill and all that, but I think it was N8 Scooby, wasn't it? Was anxious to see whether how far the tracks are laid on that section and how much scenery there is. Must have a look sometime. Yeah. Oh, there's one of the reskinned versions coming in as well. Good question. I'm not sure actually. I've not really had a chance to follow very much golf this year. Funnily enough, I was at the this canoeing thing yesterday. I was talking to somebody who's a great golfing fan, and he mentioned some American who I'd never heard of, to be honest, and I've forgotten his name. And he said, he's sort of up and coming, where he fancied his chances. I'd love it to be Rory for kind of sentimentality reasons, and he's won all the other majors, and he's come so close with the Masters a few times. That would be a lovely ending. And if it's ideally anybody really that's British or European, but it's all I hope for more than anything is that you come to the Sunday and there's just nothing in it, and you watch all that splendour and magic unfold, and then on the Sunday they always kind of place the pins in sort of easily accessible positions. You know, so it's magical. You've got the chance of a hole in one on the 16th, and all sorts of lovely ins and outs. And the other thing is, you just know it's spring, don't you, when the Masters is on? You see that beautiful, lush surroundings. I mean, last year was, I think it was reasonably close, but it was Scotty Scheffler, wasn't it? And he's very good, but not particularly exciting. Of course, we had John Rahm winning. It was the year before, wasn't it? That was great to see because of the passion that John Rahm puts into it. And I loved that year. Well, we had a couple of great years, didn't we? With Danny Willett winning from Sheffield, and then that year when Justin Rose and Sergio Garcia battled it out hammer for tooth with a playoff as well. And, you know, that great history as well. And, you know, I remember Sandy Lyle winning it with that second shot out of the bunker on the 18th and then holding the putt. Yeah, it really is. It's just magical. I have to confess, and this annoys me now because I have got it. And I had it quite excitedly for Christmas some time ago now, and I've never played it. And I can't believe I've never got round to doing it. Oh, I made that 20 mile an hour by the skin of the teeth. I always miss that one at Gospel Oak. I used to play something on the PC, and I'm talking about 25 years ago, but it was a representation of the Open, and absolutely loved it at the time. It had got St Andrews on and Royal Troon, but it was set up as it would be for the Open, with the grandstands all in the background, and it was really used to enjoy that. But I do love the fact that we get a bit more of the Masters on the telly nowadays, because they always used to say the magic of the Masters happens on the final 9 on the Sunday, and part of me used to think a bit cynically, well, that's because TV doesn't really cover the front 9, but you know, that's been rectified now, so we do at least get the whole picture. Good evening, N8 Scooby. Yeah, yeah. Do you reckon that's do you think that's definitive? I mean, I'm probably with the Maze Tays on there. I think I'd be happy with East Coast Main Line South. I'd also be happy with the Great Eastern Main Line, Liverpool Street to Ipswich or something. Oh, good evening, Christopher. I wasn't sure whether this was the week when you'd headed off to Benidorm, but maybe not yet. All right, no, they're always 5. Any news on the car then yet, Christopher? On this lovely spring evening. It's been more like June than April. Ah, okay, right. Well, you might not have caught me mentioning it, but I was just saying that I'll be live on Saturday next week because of the Masters Golf next Sunday. So I'll forgive you if I'm sure you'll be having too much of a good time to be worried about the stream. All right. Oh well, fantastic. Well, at least that's ended the all the stress and mither over that. Yes, indeed. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I'm glad you've got the car sorted. Yeah, I thought you might be off to a nice drive to the seaside or something in the new car. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I fully understand that. I bet you're really looking forward to it as well. And I'll say, in case I forget later on, but I'll say it now. Have a lovely time. Not sure I can quite remember April as good as this weather-wise, but and I think as far as I can gather, it's going to be unbroken sunshine as well. Certainly, well, I think it's pretty much all over the country, isn't it? But it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Well, fingers crossed. I've still massively got worries. I mean, you know, we kind of got that win, and then, I mean, I guess a draw at Preston's not too bad. So we could certainly do with another couple of home wins. delighted for Port Vale, I've got to say. I was talking to somebody at work, and he's a big Port Vale supporter, so he's been following them all season, and he says that Vale aren't really a great side, and he says he's compared like the table with a few years back, and over the last few years they're a few points down, so he doesn't think the standard is brilliant, but you know, you can't massively complain if they can just about get in there. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it'd be nice, and you know, fingers crossed, a new season, and you know, all might be good again with the world next season. I remember my dad taking me to watch Stoke against Shrewsbury at the Victoria Ground in the mid '80s, and they were both you know, that was a league match. They were both in the same second division as it was at the time, and we never went again until after he retired then, and then we started becoming season ticket holders for quite a number of years. But I remember we missed the kick-off, and we walked down the steps at the old Boothen end, and just as we walked down the steps we scored the only goal of the game and won 1-0. Let those passengers dice with death a little bit descending from the train. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, well, enjoy it as ever. Watch a bit more dodgy driving from me a bit later on. Yes, that kind of, that did cross my mind as well. I mean, I'm not sure with the southwestern route, sorry, the southeastern route, I should say, what was in there as far as King's Cross went originally on that, but yeah, everything's in place really, isn't it? I mean, I must confess that when they first announced East Coast Main Line and they said they were going to do King's Cross, when they were going to do Doncaster to Peterborough, I felt quite underwhelmed about it at the time. But if they now, this year, put in King's Cross to Peterborough, then it starts to make it feel a bit more complete. So I'd be more than happy with that. And it seemed a bit of a lame excuse at the time, like, well, we've not done the King's Cross bit because it was too much to ask. There was too many stations to put in. And again, you know, not wanting to be over, you know, sort of pushing what we're going to get, but it'd be slightly disappointing if it's only King's Cross to Peterborough. Then you sort of think, if it's got the Moorgate branch in, then that would be absolutely superb. I mean, I'm not going to say put the Hertford loop in as well, because that's kind of asking for the impossible, but if you were able to do sort of Moorgate to Welwyn Garden City, that would be lovely. I do find these stations really quite difficult to negotiate. These short platforms. That's a bit more like it.
Passengers are reminded that smoking is prohibited.
But I think they've got us on the edge of the seats at the moment, haven't they, DTG? You know, all these new announcements coming out, and you know, we've got this extension now for this route. We've got one or two other bits and pieces as well. Quite looking forward to that Frankfurt route coming out. And it's not a massive thing, I suppose, the Just Trains 142 in sort of a Riva Trains Wales livery, but at least it adds a bit more playability to the Cardiff network. All right, okay, yeah, wow. Oh, that looks pretty good. Well, at least it should be about on time. There's certainly been a few discrepancies with the platforms. It's not been too bad a run overall. But I'm not quite sure I'm up to that standard. Still feels I'm learning this route. So coming into the platforms now. But yeah, I can't wait for, you know, whenever it is, but the prospect of carrying on this run through to Richmond, that's going to be absolutely brilliant. No passengers getting off. That is a bug that they've got to sort out. I think that's one of the things that they're talking about. Well, they have to sort out the bugs with the passengers, some of the console things as well. There's the Pride train colours. I know it was. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's another possibility, isn't it? Middle and Main Line. I must admit, though, if they do St Pancras to Bedford again, that would just feel. Oh, crikey! Wow, that's a convincing win. Well done. I can't remember what you said now. Oh, wait a minute. No, I was thinking you were better. Oh, crikey! Wow. Oh, well, I'm quite excited. Yeah. I didn't think I'd played all that well, really. I didn't think I'd done all that well. So, in all my excitement, I've lost my pen now. What have I... Oh, there it is. There it is. I don't know why I write it down as though I'm going to forget. Pretty close, though, wasn't it? I was thinking at first you were 13,000 something, but then I looked above again. I thought, yes, indeed. But yeah, fantastic. Well, as ever, it was a good contest. I enjoyed that. So, but the trouble is, it just lulls me into full sense of security. I kind of think, right, this is better. I relax a bit too much, and then I do hopeless on the next one. But I need to kind of get the scores in before we move on to the Koploper again. I'll see what shenanigans I could manage on that one. Yeah, so here we go. So we're on to the East Coast mainline rail tour pack then next. So it's Scottish Brunel. So it's a scenario this time, but this is quite a long run. It's an hour and a half, I think. I was thinking, by the way, of starting out using that de-lossless scaling again, but I get the problem where it's like restricted to the screen, and the cursor won't move beyond the screen, and in theory it's not too bad, but I just like the flexibility. I need to be able to zip back to OBS Studio sometimes when you're streaming. I did have a check on that. I did find somebody who posted a solution, but I've tried it. It's not worked so far, so I might just have to have a play around with it, because I did have a quick try at London Euston. It did seem a lot more much better frame rates, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think this time I've actually I've picked a scenario for the Koploper that starts in the station, so we haven't got to worry about that. So I suppose that's the thing. I mean, that's one thing I do have an advantage on. You know, I'm picking the runs, aren't I? Really. Perhaps perhaps that's another possibility. Maybe one of these weeks you could pick a run that you fancy doing, and then we can give that a go. That'd be something a little bit different, wouldn't it? 125 anyway. So it says 47484 is performing a rail tour from Inverness to London King's Cross. Pick up the heavily delayed service at Doncaster with stops at Grantham and Peterborough. I mean, I did have a look at some of these scenarios. I was thinking about the one that starts from the yard, actually, and coupling up. But I was just thinking it's, you know, you're kind of crawling along at 5 miles an hour for absolutely ages before you connect up with the train. So I've gone for something where we're already connected. I absolutely love the livery, though, I have to say. I think it looks lovely. And I love the fact that you've got real 3D nameplates, and also the 3D Great Western Railway plaque on there as well. Right, master key. There it is, isn't it? So set that to engine only. Marker lights to on. It's one of these over here because I did try this out earlier on. That's it. I'm a bit disappointed about some of those instructions because they're kind of not telling you to do everything, are they? They've not mentioned the AWS for a start. Yeah, absolutely. And I forget which end is which, but in that respect. But well, actually, no. I know how we can tell that. Yeah, this is the rebuilt end, isn't it? Because it hasn't got the old where the old head code was. So what we will quickly do before we set going is I'm just going to switch the headlights on for the passengers. Sorry, not the headlights, the coach lights on for the passengers. Right, so it's in here somewhere, isn't it? Train lighting on, that's it. I just love the look of this as well. Not 100% convinced about the lights, but it's certainly more or less as I remember them. But yeah, I certainly remember that moquette on the seats. Right. Excuse me. I better get going, otherwise we're going to be late. I just find these doors sometimes a bit fiddly. It's like you come charging up towards them, and if you're not quite at the right angle, then there we are. There's the damn door. There we go. Oh, I know what I need to do. Just need to put the power brake thing in so that we got the brake on it. Right, we now need to set this to forward, and we can move. And we've got a green as well. Yeah, there's just a few funny little glitches, and you know, I mean, one of my big bugbears is this glitching around the objects. I know it's something to do with Unreal Engine, but it's kind of, it has renewed me interest in the 47, and I feel as though it's been out for a long time for Train Sim World, but it's kind of made me want to drive it again. What have I done wrong now? Engine stopped. Yeah, I think so, yeah. There's too much going on. We got a zoomer in there. I wonder if I overdid it with the accelerator. Do you know, the funny thing is, I tried this earlier on, it worked absolutely perfect. I don't know. I've got engine stopped. I had no problem with it earlier on. Right, so let's... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So let's get the brakes on properly. Let's put this. Let's turn the. Hang on. So what? That throttle is off. And then we need the forward reverser into off. Right, so master key off. Absolutely right, yeah. Right. Handbrake is released. There's something ticking away as well. Right. How bizarre. Yeah, it could be. I don't even know where the fuses are on this thing. Okay, let's go for a restart. Yeah, I tried that. Didn't do a thing for me. So how bizarre. And here we are, take two. I don't know. Anyway. I think the marker lights are over there. Yeah, I mean, I think I've just powered up too much too quickly. I think I've overheated it. But if I have, it's the first time I've done that. Yeah, I could have tried that, I suppose. light. Well, you see everything on Power Flower trains and planes. But now I've been driving these. I mean, I've driven the 47 umpteen times, and it's not okay. I know there's modifications to the actual unit, and there's a few things they've done, but I don't think there's anything like that. Right, so you were saying in yours it was completely quiet, was it? Yeah, I mean, I really should be keeping an eye on the amp, shouldn't I? Right. But of course, remembering as well, this is like a scenario. This isn't to train in the timetable mode. Yeah, you kind of feel it should be able to cope with full power, so I've no idea what I did before. By the way, let me know if the sound of the train's too loud. I know for the 378 I had to have it up fairly loud to be able to. Doing it again. Yeah. Apart from my train stopping. Well, I've not got an engine fault this time. Most bizarre. Well, I've got the engine running. I'm applying the throttle. Driver's brake is definitely off. Yeah. Yeah, or, well, to off anyway, because there isn't a neutral, is there? Well, the amps are now on 0. It didn't say anything about the brakes, did it? I mean, I know there's like these vacuum brakes and air brakes, but it didn't even tell us to do anything. The brakes look okay there, don't they? This is very strange. Right. Yeah. Ah, it's coming off then slightly. Hang on. Yeah, I mean that's the parking brake. Well, good evening, Christopher. Welcome back. My train's broken down. You're right. Yeah, it's really bizarre, this one. I mean, I've driven this train absolutely hundreds of times. It's definitely not reset anyway, has it? So let us put some... Let's put some full brakes on there. definitely got the engine going. Yeah, it's only coming part the way down. Yeah, definitely say that again, Christopher. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, well, third time lucky. I mean, I've not driven this massively on this, this new version of it, but it's no different than the other one to actually drive, and I've driven the other one hundreds of times. Oh. I'll have to have a look, check at some point whether this Athena simulation pack comes with a menu, but generally they don't seem to release manuals, do they, nowadays, DTG, with these add-ons. Yeah, it's strange. I don't understand why that's happened both times. And I mean, I drove it earlier on just to record a bit for the preview and the introduction, and I was way past there even then. So there's something very strange going on there. I like it. Well, I don't think you need worry, Christopher. Oh, crumbs. I do find it annoying though, particularly when it's stuff that I've never found a problem with before. I've driven this train absolutely loads and loads of times. That's the key. Is on. Engine only. Marker lights. I'll lock the doors. I've just had a mad thought. It wasn't because I forgot to close the doors or something silly, is it? That's definitely unisolated. Well, it could have been the first time, yeah, maybe. But then the second time I didn't do that, so it's a strange thing. Did I close the doors? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, that's 2 weeks' time, is it? Wow. So that's going to be, I guess, fairly early in the day from Shrewsbury, and then you're off to Carlisle, aren't you? Yeah, what a great day that will be. Yeah, hope you come back with a nice few pictures as well of what will be a marvellous day. Yeah, it's an interesting station, Andrew. I've seen rather a bit too much of it today than I was anticipating. Yeah, that'll be fabulous. Do you know what you've got as your traction for the day? I mean, the strange thing about this is I don't see as there's a massive amount that we've done wrong. We, as in the royal we. Good evening, Connor. Right, is it finished 0-0? Yeah, that second dial's definitely gone down to the left. Surprised, there's quite a few. So we've definitely got a green feather, so there's no issues with the signals. We've got a... It's just like every time it's just pinged. Right. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Couldn't release it for love nor money. Kind of got past this stage before. Yeah, definitely, Andrew. Yes, I think so, Christopher, because this is an hour 25 in its own right. So oh, here we are again. Right, you mean the DSD? Might be, yeah. Could be. Because I might not have put that on earlier on. Maybe the issue is we're getting a DSD alarm, but it's not sounding. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that's what it is. So, well, that's good news because it means at least I'm not getting completely mad. That would make a lot of sense because of the time we've been driving. Then, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? It certainly would. Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, the base tease. I think it's the DSD. I think for some reason it's not sounding as it should do. So therefore I'm not hearing it, so I'm not cancelling it, but then it's applying the brakes. Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. There we go. That would explain a lot. Well, I'm pleased about that because I thought I was going completely mad then. Because it's not the most difficult to trade to drive in the world. So we'll still put the AWS on, obviously. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've got a funny feeling you're going to get to Peterborough a bit quicker than me. Oh, absolutely. And it's a lovely rendition as well. And this was used by the Royal Trade, so that's why you've got those yellow discs around the bolts or whatever they are around the bogies and the white wheels. We've got a cast iron 3D nameplate as well, and it really is 3D in the game. Absolutely beautiful livery. Yeah, I forget who was saying now, but yes, a 91 would be lovely for the game. Right, for the millionth time, we are departing from Doncaster. Yeah, it would be very nice, wouldn't it? And then as N8 Scooby says, if we could have the East Coast Main Line south as well, that would go along very nicely. Yeah, so it's time me to switch on the DSD, to which point I'm going to say absolutely not. Yeah, I think we should be alright now. Christopher, I think Mace Taze has identified the problem. So the DSD is kind of an alarm and a bit like, you know, the equivalent of the dead man's handle. So we should be activating that every, whatever it is, every couple of minutes if we don't touch any of the controls. But clearly there's no sounds coming through. It's obviously a bug with this particular newly released add-on. Oh, I like that sound. Yeah, Reflex Silver. That sounds good. I wondered then when you were saying if it stalls again, are we giving up? I thought, did you mean you'll be giving up? But no, we're on the move now. We're going fine. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, Andrew. It certainly fooled me anyway. I mean, the point is, if it doesn't work, why not just make it so she can't actually switch it on? Yeah, I think so. At base stage, yeah, we're certainly well on the way now. And I can remember an absolute age ago, probably about half an hour ago, you said you were flying through Retford, so I think you're going to be quite a way ahead of me. Does look absolutely lovely, the train. Yeah, that's you know, back in the day, I think you'd have seen absolutely loaded with freight stuff, wouldn't you? Yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, is it? It's just one of those things, and perhaps it's been mentioned on the forums, has it? But I certainly haven't seen it noticed. I mean, maybe there shouldn't be a DSD for this particular era when it was built. I don't know. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Just seemed a bit weird that you couldn't kind of reset it as well. Well, I say you couldn't, I couldn't reset it, but maybe there is a way. I certainly do remember seeing this 47 at the time in Great Western Railway colours, and very nice. I saw the headline for it, Christopher, but something about blackmail, but I didn't. I haven't watched it, to tell you the truth. So I've not kind of seen the story behind it. I mean, he seems like an absolutely decent, really top bloke. Yeah, I think you're in with a good shout. I think that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you're going to be there miles ahead of me anyway. Ah, okay. Well, that doesn't surprise me massively, I must say. Yeah, I must watch the video. I knew he'd been to Thailand, and I knew he'd been to Pattaya. I saw a bit of his video where that was in, but I must have a watch of that. But yeah, wish him all every. Hopefully he'll get out of it, and everything will be all right for him. I don't know whether I've ever seen the Royal Train, Andrew, to be honest. I'm not sure. I don't think I have in real life. I know it used to be, I don't know if it still is, but the carriages used to be based at Wolverton, didn't they, on the West Coast Main Line, not far from Milton Keynes, well, between Rugby and Milton Keynes. Not sure that it's used as much as it used to be. Quite interesting, actually, going around the York Rail Museum, and you see all the old Royal trains, and my goodness, they used to be palaces on wheels, but nowadays they're a lot more functional, I think. Yeah, there is. There's still an operation, but I don't think it's used quite as much. I know on occasions, I don't know whether the King's done it, but the Queen actually went on a regular service train a couple of times to get to Sandringham. I think they just essentially just sectioned off part of the carriage. Yeah, I can imagine so. Yeah. Excellent, Christopher. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's true to say that they're a great deal more functional, and I mean the present Royal train carriages, you know, they still look exquisite on the outside, but they're just converted Mark II and Mark III carriages. Of course, needless to say, always painted absolutely pristinely, and they have a nice clean engine. There was a story I remember, I think it might have been in the 80s, but there's one time when the Royal train ran, and of course they got a train such as this, absolutely beautifully decked out, only then for it to break down, and the only train they could find as an alternative was something that was absolutely filthy dirty. So that was quite funny, and I think from then on they started always having a standby available in case it broke down. Yeah, absolutely. I think he is quite a train. I think he quite likes his train, King Charles, because he made a remark a few years back, kind of lamenting the days of the old clickety-clack, and the fact that you don't get that reassuring sound on the track anymore. Yeah, well, I suppose the trains are a bit more cost effective maybe than running the Royal Yacht. All right, excellent, Andrew. Yeah. Right, well, having had the disaster of everything else, then must make sure that we obey the signals. Right, so we've got a single yellow, because this is a rail tour, so we've not necessarily got the fastest routes through the stations. Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, I don't think the Queen ever quite ended up on a pacer, but I say I think she went to Sandringham. I think it was either on a DMU or an EMU. I can't remember which now. I suppose going into Sandringham, it would. I don't know whether it was perhaps an EMU for part of the journey. I'll tell you what, though, I'm sure it would have been on time. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean they were used for all sorts of stuff. The 47s, but yeah, top speed 95. I'm just going to crawl up to this signal. Ah, we've got green now. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I remember into the 2000s because I mean, back in the day when it was British Rail operating the cross-country trains, they were always switched over from electric to diesel at Birmingham New Street. But I know in the kind of the early 2000s, the end of the Class 47s for Virgin, they were operating 47s all the way from Manchester to the likes of Paignton or to other places in Devon and Cornwall. Yeah, thanks for the Brunel information, Connor. It's he was an amazing character by all accounts. Yeah, that'd be via Telford, wouldn't it, Christopher? I mean, there are some routes, you know, it's some people have asked for that route to be, you know, either on Train Sim Classic or Train Sim World, because, you know, you, in theory then you could do your, kind of your Shrewsbury to Euston and all that sort of stuff, but it's probably not the most exciting journey in the world. Yes, it certainly does, Connor. It's a lovely journey, actually, that from Penzance to St Erth, and then St Erth to St Ives as well is incredible as well. Oh, by the way, whilst I've got you all on board as well, where's this this shot of crew that we've seen in the road map? What route is that going to be, and this new group that's doing it? I think my money's probably on a North Wales coast, probably crew to Llandudno or something like that, but any ideas? I mean, there's been all sorts of speculation, but I mean, the suggestion seems to be that they are a completely new company. So I can't somehow see them working with ICM Simulations to extend their Manchester commuter route to Crewe, although might be one reason, I suppose, why it's been delayed. But I mean, I think it would, but probably be a bit too far for Train Sim World, I would have thought, particularly if it's a new company. I mean, I've read every angle of the route going. Some people have suggested it's going to be Crewe up to Preston. Some have said maybe going south, Crewe to Birmingham New Street. We've had Crewe Derby via Stoke, Crewe Hereford, somebody suggested, via Shrewsbury, Crewe Liverpool, that's another possibility. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? I think most of the Train Sim World stuff, they tend to like journeys that are about an hour end to end to complete. I mean, Llandudno would make some sort of sense because you've got Llandudno Junction, so it's a fair chunk of the North Wales coast, but then you've also got the branch to Llandudno where both local trains and even some cross-country trains terminate as well. I suppose if they ever got the franchise from cross-country, then we could. Mind you, no, we wouldn't. I don't know whether you'd get those in, but you'd certainly get the Avanti West Coast Evoros in, wouldn't you? And again, you know, it's endless speculation, but the fact that they've put the screenshot up and they're talking about it now, surely does that mean that it's going to be out in the life of Train Sim World 5? I think somebody suggested, didn't somebody say there's a shot of LED lights or something at that shot of Crewe it just about make out, so kind of pinpointing the fact that it's going to be a modern version of it. Racing away here at 104, I'm supposed to be mind you, we're wind assisted, I suppose, because we're going downhill, but I think we are supposed to be restricted to 95. As you were saying. Where are we? Where did we say we were stopping? It was Grantham and Peterborough, wasn't it? Yeah, stopping at Grantham and then Peterborough. So we'll coast for a little bit. Yeah, it's an immensely busy place, Connor, St Ives. Ah, right, Christopher. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. Yeah, that sounds interesting. So is there something different about that than normal darts? Sounds interesting. The Flight Club, like the sound of that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Andrew. I think that's expected a bit too much. I mean, I know a few people in the forums have kind of bemoaned the fact that it's sort of like, why do we always get short routes for Trade Sim World? But I mean, even with Trade Sim Classic, we had two separate routes. In Trade Sim Classic, Preston to Carlisle, and then Carlisle. Because even Carlisle to Glasgow is quite a trek in its own right. I'm quite intrigued by that idea. I'll have to have a look. Sounds like an interesting night out. Press the AWS. I thought I'd not clicked on the stream originally. Wouldn't let me release it at all. That's bizarre. Well, I don't think there's much doubt about who's going to win this task anyway. never known a run like it, this. Don't understand why that didn't work first time. Right, now we're going to move. That is a yellow. Right, we're on the move again, but I've got to keep an eye out for that next signal because it is a red one coming up. Well, they do say things don't go to plan on rail tours, and that's certainly been the case with this run. Right, we do have a red. Got to coast this up to the red signal. Yeah, absolutely. Which I'm guessing is the reason for our hold up here. And I think we've talked about this before, haven't we? But I think it's just about the only place nowadays where you can see a flat crossing in existence. Presumably only a short stretch of the line actually exists in the game. Ah, right, okay. So we're not waiting for anything to go across the flat crossing. It's that Azuma which is going to come across our path. Yep, so we're going to get the clearance after this. There we go. We're still not quite got full steam ahead because we're on a double yellow, so we're still up against cautionary signals. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that's actually quite nice in the game, really, because you know it's great to go hurtling through greens all the way, but it's good to actually get adverse signals because that's what happens in real life. I mean, funnily enough, you know, talking about steam rail tours, they won't be the biggest priority on the line, so you know the chances are, on your steam run, you'll be held at loops and stuff like that, waiting for passenger trains that are sort of more at the timetable to pass you. Possible we might be held here for a southbound service, because I mean we are only able to go 95 mile an hour, so if you have a southbound Azuma service, then it'd be a good chance for them to pass us here. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, isn't it? You know, but obviously it's a lot faster than you know, a heritage railway where you're only restricted to 25. But we'll get a green now. They gave special dispensation, didn't they, for the was it an A3 that was rebuilt a few years back, and they allowed that to run at 100 mile an hour, and Overground. I think it's kind of the first train in many a steam train, for a steam train anyway, to do 100 mile an hour. But I know they've put quite a bit of effort into these, creating this scenario just to make it a bit more different than just a regular run, really. And there's a lot more. I mean, normally you only get a handful of scenarios in a piece of DLC. Yes, yes indeed, yeah. If I remember rightly, though, they did it at the dead of night, didn't they? I think it was something daft like... I think it was an A3, wasn't it? No, I'm no great Steam expert, but I think essentially they'd scrapped all the real A3s, hadn't they? And so they built one from scratch up to the same specification as the original, and they let it go at 100. Yeah, I think so, Christopher, yeah. And I think that the point being that, I don't know about all of them, but I think a lot of the steam locos just still exist. You know, there's quite a variety of them, but I think it was kind of a leading sort of premier type of loco that they wanted to get into the game. They wanted to bring back to real life. But yeah, I love the. I think I remember watching that documentary myself, and it's an interesting story. I mean, I love the situations when they brought things like the Deltic back. I mean, Virgin actually hired the Deltic for a while on some cross-country runs in the whatever it would have been, 90s possibly. Yeah, great story, building a train that doesn't exist from scratch, you know, using old forgotten technology, really. The only thing that seemed a bit weird about coming through Newark there was that, I mean, it made a lot of sense that we were held for the Azuma train. You saw that coming across our path. But why were we signalled into that loop when there was no train that passed us by? It just seemed a bit pointless. Maybe not quite true to real life. Yes. At least the Mark 1 carriages are still, you know, not quite that you see every day out in service, but They're still knocking around, quite a few of them, both in use on the main line as well as on heritage railways. No, actually, no. That's the third run. Now, the idea being the fourth route run is quite a short one. That's only like about 20 odd minutes, I think. Darlington to, well, it's supposed to be a Hartlepool service, but we only go as far as Eagles Cliff in the game. Actually, it's driving this engine again, but it's like a DMU substitute sort of thing. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember who said last week, might have been N8 Scooby, but he was saying the Dutch routes, because it's kind of flat and straight, and it's a bit like the East Coast Main Line, but in the Netherlands. Giving the old Koploper a run, proper run tonight. Last week we did the Sprinter. It's difficult to say. I mean, I suppose, from my personal opinion, you know, I love the idea of the Mallard, just simply because it was built for speed and did that incredible feat of getting up to 126 mile an hour. Some of the Great Western Railway, I mean, I'm no great experts, but I love, like, there's things like, is it the Castle class, look absolutely beautiful in that livery. I know my father used to love the LMS trains in the 50s on the West Coast Main Line. That was his sort of childhood growing up. And of course, you can't ignore the Flying Scotsman as well. Ah, right, yes, that was the last... oh, thank you very much, Dan. Cheers, Dan. That's my coffee arrived. Much appreciated. Yeah, the Evening Star was the last mainline steam train ever built, wasn't it? And that gave back a bit. Yeah, I mean, with the Flying Scotsman, would you prefer how it is now and how it's modelled with those flaps at the front, or how it was previously, how it used to be? Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm 4.8 miles away from Grantham. I would imagine you've probably long since passed Peterborough. Ah, lovely. Yeah, I think I do remember seeing it, Andrew. Yeah, it's a few years since I've been the National Railway Museum. But always a lovely day out. I quite like boring my brother because we'll walk round and say, right, this train here, and then start talking about it for 20 minutes. Yeah, well, wish we could. Yeah, it was, what was it called? Was it Apple Green or something, wasn't it? I think. The old LNER Green. Then you had Brunswick Green, which was the what we've got applied to this train, but also on the Great Western Railway steams. I must admit, I do love the fact that we've got some of the old names now, and having LNER, you know, LNWR, Great Western Railway as well. I always thought they missed a trick a bit when Virgin lost the franchise. I was kind of expecting that the new name might be LMS and to restore the old London Midland Scottish name. Ah, right, yes. Yes, indeed. I do remember that, yeah. I remember the... Never owned the model of it, but I certainly remember the picture. Well, I remember the pictures of it in real life and the Hornby model as well. I did read somewhere somebody was saying that the kind of brake rub sounds are missing as well from this 47. Ah, right, okay. I knew they were applying for it. I didn't realise. I didn't realise they'd actually been successful. Wow, that's interesting, isn't it? I'll give Eurostar a run for the money, and probably much needed competition as well, because, you know, they essentially had exclusive access. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is a bit aggravating that they've been allowed to release this with a few things like that missing, and it's absolutely no criticism of you know, a new lot of developers, but do they actually give any advice and support? It almost feels as though they let them just get on with it sometimes, which, you know, is good to an extent, but at what point? I mean, I presume they must help them initially, but at what point towards the end before release do they say, right, let's have a look at that, see if we can help you to fix this and fix that? But they just don't seem to do it very well. Ah, right, that is interesting. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. It's a shame because, you know, you've got this absolutely gorgeous looking loco, and let's get it working properly. I mean, they used to actually have a bug fixing team, didn't they, at one point? And am I right in saying that Lucasone, or whatever his name was, Adam Lucas maybe, that he was involved in that, but they seem to have disbanded that a long time ago. Yeah, imagine they kind of have to have their own pendolinos built anyway, wouldn't they? But it'd be interesting to see what trains they do actually run. Yeah, I thought I saw his name mentioned recently, something to do with Skyhook Games, yeah. But sometimes, you know, you almost get the impression it's kind of like, let's create problems that didn't used to exist on trains and get new bugs into the game. But as for solving old ones, okay, yeah. Yes, that's Temple Mills, that's the one near Stratford, isn't it? I mean, somehow you just can't see them really buying absolutely brand new trains for a service that they don't yet know how successful it's going to be. There's a possibility we might have to scrap the final run because, well, I think we will, to be honest, because by the time we get to Zwolle, it's going to be past the 9 o'clock, I reckon. Let's see if we can get a clear run now down to Peterborough. Yeah, Connor, the original Great Western Railway was broad gauge, wasn't it? Which was, you know, a lot wider, and he believed that was the standard. He really didn't want to go to the standard that is used nowadays, but in the end he was kind of convinced he had to go that way because it was out of kilter with the rest of the country. these 47s used to go up and down the East Coast Main Line. You know, not as much obviously as the Deltics and stuff, but I remember there's an old Railseed video when it went from, I think it was King's Cross to York. Oh, hi. Hi to Andrew's mum. Hello. Welcome to the stream. You could ask her to like and subscribe to the channel if you get the chance, Andrew. Just a quick thanks again. Not really. We've had so much going on with the palaver of driving these trains tonight in one way and another, but thanks again for the new members, call them members, but the new subscribers in the last week. That's really appreciated. Thanks as ever to all the existing subscribers. Well, I know, this is what I always say to people though, it's you don't have to do anything other than click the subscribe button. But no pressure, obviously. But yeah, thanks for the support. It's really appreciated, everybody. Good evening, King K Games. Thanks again for watching. I think I was saying the other night, but you've been pretty busy with your videos, and I can see you put a lot of effort into creating them. They're really good. No, that's much appreciated. We've got those flashing greens, haven't we, now, which is were put in ahead of the Intercity 225 services, but never really used. Ah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. That's very kind of you to say that. Generally have the ideas. It's the hardest part's been driving the train just lately. I seem to be a bit jinxed with one or two different things just in the last few weeks. Yes, I love that video that you did from Glasgow to Manchester, wasn't it? Or was it? No, Carlisle to Lancaster, to Manchester, and it was one of those interesting things because not everybody would have quite worked out that that part of the West Coast Main Line connected on the Chat Moss route, on the Alan Thompson route, and you managed to do it really seamlessly, and it looked very impressive. And it was good you're having the announcements on there as well, actually. Again, just adds to that immersive feel about it. I thought that was really a really nice touch. I think these carriages are not supposed to even go above 100 mile an hour, actually. Yeah, it was Glasgow, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. Excellent, yeah. I mean, you do at least have the fun of driving it as well, don't you? And taking in the scenery along the way. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's beautiful English and Scottish scenery. You know, you kind of experience it just like you would in real life. Yeah, it's got to be my favourite as well. I mean, it's my home territory. You know, I live near to the West Coast Main Line, so it always have a special place in my heart. We just want more of the West Coast Main Line modelled now for Train Sim World 5, and so that's partly why we're interested in this little screenshot of Crewe from earlier in the week and the road map. It's kind of given us some interest to show that something's going on, but it might well be the North Wales coast. But you know, we've got a nice model of Glasgow Central with the Cathcart Circle line, but nothing really down the main line. I think the problem with that section, really, I mean, it's quite beautiful in terms of scenery, but once you get past Carstairs, there's just, I think there's only one station, isn't there, between Carstairs and Preston, which is not Preston, Carlisle, which is Lockerbie. Ah, right, excellent, Amaze, yeah. I've been meaning to do it, but I haven't got round to it, and that's with the using that SoundPad software, isn't it? Which I do own. I must get that put in because it's. I've seen that on being played probably by Tom actually the other week. It looks a nice little neat feature. And it's quite clever how that works, as it, you know, there's not a massive amount of faffing about with it, is there? You just literally, you know, you're a couple of miles from the station, you could, as long as you got your sequences right, then you're okay. Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's just a small place, isn't it? But will always be remembered. But I think I'm right in saying that the stretch between Lockerbie and Carstairs is the longest stretch of railway in the country without a station, you know, in the UK. Wow. Yeah, I've forgotten the year actually. I can't remember what year it was. 88, was it? Something like that. I'd have been about 16 at the time. I remember it well, hearing on the news, and you know, it was like mouth wide open at the time, and you know, it was like, what a awful thing to happen just before Christmas as well. Yeah, so my brother would have been a year old. I mean, I think the story goes that they planned to detonate it once it was off the coast of the UK, didn't they? But the flight was late. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I say that sometimes the chats. I think the chat's something like 30 seconds to a minute behind the live stream, so you're hearing what I'm saying a little bit later on, but yeah. I mean, it doesn't make it any better, but it's obviously added to the perils of what happened to the village as well. Yeah, definitely right, Mace. Yeah, it's and I have to say, if we get King's Cross to Peterborough put in the game at a later date, then you know, we've got a decent chunk of the East Coast Main Line in there. Yes, indeed, Andrew. Yeah. And again, it's always one step at a time with Trade Sim World building, but you kind of then want them to, you know, you want them then to do sort of, right, let's fill in Doncaster to Leeds, Doncaster York, and then do the Leeds York that the Transpennine trains take as well. And yeah, well, it would, yeah. So if they put that Moorgate section in as well, then you've got quite a decent route. I mean, again, going back years to Microsoft Train Simulator, I was quite excited when European Barn, I think they were called, a chap called Ken Austin, I seem to remember, who's an ex-coach driver, dead now, I believe, died a few years back, but he created, first of all, King's Cross to Peterborough, and then eventually they went all the way up to York. I was quite excited when that first came out, and having the 91 in the game, I think we had a 317, I think, to go with it as well. But I love driving the 700. It's got a nice little cab view. And the sounds, particularly with the mod that's available, it's a lovely train to drive. But I mean, they certainly have they have the critics, and they ain't perfect dovetail gauge, but the one thing you can say is they have us on the edge of our toes, listening all the time to what's coming out, because you know, it's, you keep waiting and waiting for new stuff, and they keep announcing brand new things. Right, so 3 miles, so finally coming in towards Peterborough. I better switch some lights on as well. It's beginning to go dark around here. At home, I mean, not on the stream. Yeah, it's been really gorgeous, hasn't it? And I mean, even the next few days, it's just day after day of bright sunshine and no clouds. It's don't think I can remember an April like this for probably, well, a good while. It's like the Mediterranean at the moment. Yeah, I guess it's going to be a bit lighter the further north you go, isn't it? Got some 700s parked up as well. Yeah, absolutely. I think the way we're going, we could have one of those weird situations where it might be warmer in the UK than in Spain and all the rest of it. No. That's always something to get the tabloid press excited, isn't it, when the UK is going to be hotter than the more traditional hotspots in and around Europe. Yeah, we need to get that brake rub sound in, because that kind of annoys me a bit. It's, you want to hear the sound of the brake pressure coming on, and it's quite a distinctive noise as well when you're hauling Mark 1 stock. Again, it'll go right up to the end of the platform. There we go. Well, we made it eventually. That's the important thing. So let's get some lights on. There we go. I can see what I'm doing again now. Yeah, absolutely, Andrew, yeah. Oh, wow. Yes, indeed, yeah, it's the famous bridge, isn't it, at Peterborough. I used to have a friend who, for a while, lived in Stilton. And I think I'm right in saying you've got the Peterborough Evening Telegraph, or whatever they call themselves, was somewhere around here. What scenery goes a bit basic when we get that far out. Well, there we go. I finally got my score in. 12.482, but that was a good run. It's taken a long time to get there, but we made it in the end. Yeah, I've been across in the car over that bridge at Peterborough. Stilton's a lovely old place as well, where well, it's my friend's father who used to live there for a few years. Ah, well, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think you deserve that win. You certainly deserve that win. Well done. So apologies, it was a little bit on the tortuous side, but at least I know now that the DSD on it is broke. So I think we're going to have to cross off Darlington to Eagles Cliff for our final run, because we've still got about an hour left to go with the Koploper with Gronagant as well. Yeah, my pleasure. Well, at least for once in the way, we've actually got a decider, haven't we now? Too, which is good. So I can't remember who said now, but somebody said it was a boring Manchester derby, and at least this is a bit more exciting. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, yeah. Well, it'll take me a little bit of time just to load it up. So, yeah, we're all ready to go with you in a sec. Oh yeah, just realised you're saying, Andrew, yeah, 60 miles Lockerbie to Carstairs. Yeah, it's a long old stretch without a station, but it's kind of barren and beautiful scenery. Yeah, it'd be nice to just fill in. We've said it a few times, but it's nice to have some of these gaps in the train network filled in. Right, so we want, there we go. Welcome to the Netherlands. So we're going to do the Koploper. Although that's a kind of an unofficial name, really. And we earmarked IC 556. It's the 1517. Sure, we've got custom weather in, so it replicates again beautiful blue skies rather than have it turning into an apocalyptic thunderstorm. Right, so the master key confuses me on this one. It's over there, isn't it? So put that into driving, and that will mean we can put the into forward. It's absolutely lovely, King K. It's absolutely gorgeous, and there's like bits and pieces with some of the other routes that have come out recently that have felt a bit half rushed and half completed, but this is lovely. And it's you've got two great trains to drive, and the detail on the scenery and everything, absolutely gorgeous. So we've got to put this. Tell you what, it's easier. I prefer to do it with a flick of the camera if we can get to it. That's it. So put that dead man switch on, and then ATB is on. So I think that should be about right. And it's an amazing train to drive this, because you're sitting high up in the air. That's right, headlights on. Gauge lights are on. Love that sound as well when you oh, it's still not quite departure time yet, actually. Right, now we can go. Okay. Love these funny little sounds as well that you get. And it's a great train. Right, we are in forward. Train brake is off. Let's make sure we got everything. Oh, I know what we've got to do. Yeah, we have this brake lock thing there. That's it. And again, it's slightly clunky. It's a little bit old school to drive, so you can't kind of release the acceleration and hope that it'll release immediately. So that's the dead man's handle. And the safety system, as long as you don't go above the speed limits, is quite forgiving. It's actually not, believe it or not. That's the extraordinary thing, it's just the cab. There are double-decker trains in the Netherlands. So that's just the dead man's handle, so that's the old cue, or I'm using the power brake controller thing, so just whacking that every time I hear that sound. We are double two units together as well, which is good. I'm trying to remember actually when, I mean years ago, when Microsoft Train Simulator. Okay, excellent. Yeah, well, I've just got underway, so again, it doesn't matter if you're slightly behind us. But the stations are modelled beautifully, King K, and there's some nice little touches as well. So it's got a different feel about it, and it's something new. That's the Sprinter service that we did last week. The scenery's been done really, really nicely. You've got storks nesting as well above the catenary in some places, above the gantries, and that's true to real life as well. Let me know if the noise level's a bit too low or too loud, because it's a bit of a noisy old train. I have to say that glitch really annoys me. Unless you watch it, you're stuck with that catenary. I've never known that on one before. Oh, that's good. Yeah, fantastic. Because I've got used to, you know, roughly what sound levels to set it to in the game, but sometimes I'm not 100% sure, because it never sounds quite like it does playing it back as to how it sounds through the headset, and it's just trying to get it just right. You can. It really is a bird's eye view, isn't it? And I'm sure Amaze Taze could tell us what it's like, you know, sitting in the cab of a lorry looking down. You know, it's that old feeling of being a little bit more in charge, so it's a very, very different experience. There's something quite nice about driving old electrics as well. I don't know what it is, but somehow, you know, it's slightly more challenging. And I think, you know, Maze Taste was saying last week, but you know, you kind of hope that there will be more Dutch content. I'm sure if they do reasonably well with the sales, that, you know, that will happen, and it'd be nice to get a route perhaps in and around Amsterdam. But they did say in the stream that they had a week spent with the Netherlands Railways, and they allowed them a lot of access to the sounds, and they were able to activate all the emergency alarms and to try and get it really, really authentic. So I think we're only stopping at Assen and then Groningen. That whir as it goes past as well, that's lovely, isn't it? I think there's not many trains in the timetable, well, not many of these Koplopers where you're stopping at a load of stops. I think there's one or two early morning ones where you kind of have it as an all station service. That'd be interesting to do another time. Yes. The great thing is, if I do happen to mess up with either the signals or the dead man's handle, but it is relatively very simple to reset this train, and you have this that's the, well, it speaks for itself, but that's the ATB system that we're using, so that's the one that you have to press. I think you have to put at least 30% brakes or step 3 brakes, something like that. And that's kind of showing us the speed limit. I mean, we're slightly going under, aren't we? We can go a bit faster actually and go up to 140. Ah, excellent to base stage, yeah. But it's quite chilled out, really, driving this, because it's just nice scenery. You're not actually going amazingly fast, but it's fun to drive as well. So I'm kind of hoping if this West Coast Main Line 2019 timetable comes in this week, then I'm hoping that might be a possibility for the stream next weekend on the Saturday. but we'll see. Have to try and make sure it's working and everything first. I didn't, Andrew, no. When was that? Was that this weekend on a rail tour? I really must have a look at the timetables as well for some of these. Right, okay, you do get a lot, don't you, rail tours on a Saturday, not surprisingly. I really must have a look at the timetables for some of these rail tours, because I'd quite like to film and see an old, you know, an 86 on that Cumbrian Mountain Express thing that comes through from time to time, and you get other rail tours as well with the 87 and you know, steam ones as well. And there's some good places on the. I'll probably be one of those people. You get. We've all seen videos of the people like standing, filming the ready for the Flying Scotsman to come through, only to find a train blocking the view and going past them just in front of it. I remember a story about that happening on the, I think it was on the East Coast Main Line, and I think it was Virgin East Coast at the time, and somebody, you know, they got all the tripods and everything set up, and the view was blocked, and I think Richard Branson gave them a free holiday or something. So he, as ever, he was good at getting a bit of publicity out of it. The only thing really missing on this train is the it'd be lovely to have like a cruise control. No, absolutely right, yeah. I believe it was down to Branson that we ended up with Virgin liveried trains in for Hornby as well, because I think he saw, he must have seen something about Hornby trains, and it was like, what? Why isn't there a Hornby train in the in our colours? And I think he was kind of told, well, we won't allow it, will we, because of licensing and this, that, and the other. And I think he basically said, no, I'm not having that. Come on, we want a Virgin trains in made by Hornby. Right, we've got the first test of the system. So I think it's decided I've not quite done it quickly enough. I actually was down to the 80 before we got to the 80. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I believe Right, so what we do here then is we have to put the brakes on. We need to hang on, we need to take acceleration off first, don't we? That's it. Neutral. We need to release that. And then the brakes will come off. Actually, mustn't forget that I'm stopping at Assen as well. Yeah, it's always the danger, isn't it, of you know, sort of filming trains and stuff. You could never be guaranteed, and you think you're in the perfect place, but it doesn't always prove to be the case. Yeah, I can't remember where I read about the story about Branson and the Hornby thing, but yeah, I believe that's exactly kind of how it happened. Again, lovely detail that got into these stations. And this is Assen, or Assen. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it. And again, I mean, this is a Rotterdam service, but I think that's a good deal farther on. When we get to Groningen, we mustn't forget to have a quick walk through the train as well. And you can see the how nicely it's modelled. Of course, in days gone by, they used to be able to connect these trains up and you could connect between the two, but you can't now. Yeah, well, that is the one thing I generally think I have to do that. I know it's a damn nuisance, isn't it? And you wouldn't mind so much if it happened right at the very start, but when it's after a few, you've been going for 20 odd minutes or whatever it is when we started, then it's an absolute nuisance. Ah, that was with going away from the stream. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that would be great. No, that was my fault then. I've just changed the handle on the controller because I thought I've got a couple of them. I thought I'll put something more in, but because I hadn't got my headset on, I've missed hearing the dead man's handle. All right. That'll serve me right for trying to be clever. Absolutely love that old school electric motor sound as it pulls away. But yeah, I'd love to get to the stage actually with Train Sim World 5 where you could almost drive it all day, end to end, keep getting in one train and another, doing another run, continuing, you know, on some sort of network, and be able to do it with the confidence that the game isn't going to crash on you. Yeah, this is actually a better, feels like a slightly better control to use. I haven't got all of them by any stretch of the imagination. I've kind of got the thing that looks like a bit like a ball, and then there's the like the horizontal handle. I mean, I'd love to do the you know, things like the brake control and all that, but it's a damned expensive business, all the possibilities for a train sim controller. I don't know whether they still do it, but they used to have that HSD looking controller as well. And I've kind of got like a little a table on wheels that I kind of stick the thing on, but I'd love to have a proper desk where it feels a bit more like a train cab. Yeah, it's funny when you show people the AWS plunger, and you know, they think, oh, what the hell's that for? That looks like an egg yolk or something. But okay, I haven't got the door control panel, but I have got the PVC thing, and probably the most expensive thing I've ever bought for a train game, and it wasn't kind of the first time they released it, but they went through a phase when you used to buy them off ATS where they were like selling that quickly like hotcakes that you had to be damn quick, and I just managed to grab one you know, in the first few months, and eventually had a success. The other thing I really need to do as well is, it's a bit of a stretch to get it towards my PC. I've got like a couple of big wires trailing. I could do with a one of those hubs for the USBs where there's a bit more lead on the end. Give myself a bit more room. Oh, brilliant. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, was his name Dan, I seem to remember. Oh, there you go. So if you buy anything from him, you don't have to wait a few days for it to come in the post. You can go knock on his door. Yeah, I'm sure it's Dan. Rings a bell anyway. But I mean, he's done great things, really. Right. Yeah, he's perhaps. Maybe he's a bit worried that you'll knock him up in the middle of the night and say, I've got a problem with this. Can you just come round my house, just sort this this thing that's not working? But I love the fact that they're kind of made to last. It could have been all too easy to have built something like this that was as flimsy as they come. That would break up in a few months of using, but they definitely hard wearing and well built. I mean, damned expensive as well, but I know there's partly because of the affiliation. I think he's kind of gone out on his own, hasn't he? Originally, I think I'm right in saying he was working with Alan Thompson, but I think there was all sorts of criticism about the price and, you know, oh, why is it costing this much and that much? But it's obviously very niche, really, and you know, you're going to pay a price for something like that. Reoccurring story there, methinks. I seem to recall him then going on to say they were going to produce their own range of stuff, but not sure whether it ever happened. Yes. I mean, I remember that that Chap Moss route, Liverpool, Lime Street to Manchester. I mean, it's a fabulous route, and you know, really enjoyed driving it. But it took an age for it to come out, and for ages he kept saying, "Well, yes, it's been worked on. It's been worked on," but you know, people have different styles, and you know, we haven't got anything to show off at the moment. And this seemed to go on for a couple of years, and then eventually it did take shape. But he then did admit that the original developer no longer worked for him and came on board. It was somebody else. So yeah, I get another one of those situations, I guess. I think he does, and you know, perhaps maybe not intentionally, but he does. Actually, speaking of him, I did notice as well on the forums when they showed that picture of Crew, that chap Kez came on, and I think basically he said he's involved with this new company. I can't remember what they're called now, but he's involved with this new company. Having obviously left Alan Thompson behind with that Manchester commuter route. But I mean, if nothing else, he's obviously got a few months' experience of building a route on trains to World 5, which is more than a lot of people have, that's for sure. And I used to watch his streams quite a lot, really, but I've kind of got to the point with, unless there's something absolutely brand new and I'm really interested in that is coming out soon, then I don't tend to watch these days. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, definitely. And for all, you know, the faults, and you know, we've talked about him. Yeah, the screenshots look absolutely lovely. I'd love to find that in reality, in some way, that they might be one and the same thing. You know, that somehow they've done the other bit, and this is one of the reasons why it's been delayed for so long. But then, kind of reading the roadmap and, you know, their introduction, I don't know whether I'm right in saying this, but you kind of got the impression that they're building something completely new and separate. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, which is not a bad thing. I mean, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Manchester Piccadilly, as it was released on that Hadfield Glossop route, but it just seemed a massive shame that there was no concourse included. I think Rivet Games might have had a hand in building some of the stuff for there, I think. But again, it was like, why no concourse? It's such a big part of the station. and I think they've gone to the trouble of actually, and I'm not sure I'm that bothered about it, but they've put in things like the where the trams go, and you can kind of walk down the steps. And then at Manchester Airport Station, you've got kind of like some of the terminal buildings, and you know, you're going to be able to see planes coming into land, and it's okay. We've had Gatwick Airport before, but this will be the closest we've had to an airport in that level of detail anyway. I mean, it's just the only slight pity is, you know, I think it's only about, I think sort of Manchester Piccadilly to Wilmslow, but even by Stockport is only something like about 20 minutes, I think, so it's going to be a bit short. And the stopping services to Alderley Edge, I don't know, might be about half an hour, not much longer. I mean, I know a lot of the kind of people who live in and around the area really want you know, a couple of the other northern EMUs, but I'm not massively bothered about that. You know, we could make do with the 323 in there for now. Would be nice to have one piece of new stock for it though, I suppose. But even driving across Stockport Viaduct's going to be good, and I love the fact that it's a bit of a loop, because you've got, you know, the bit from Piccadilly right the way through to Stockport, then onto through Cheadle-Hulme and onto Wilmslow, and then also the bit from Wilmslow via Manchester Airport, which isn't a direct route in its own right. And also you're going to have things like the Manchester Airport services into Piccadilly, which, okay, it's only a few minutes, but at least it's something else. Would be quite funny if this new company's producing crew to Manchester Piccadilly though, in their own right. Well, you know, as I was saying earlier on, I mean, the big question is, otherwise, what's crew in there for, and what route are they doing? And you know, there's already pages and pages of endless speculation on the forums, but hopefully, with the May roadmap, we'll get a bit more news. But I'm guessing this Kez is kind of, presumably, because I don't think he was the only one who left ATS that was working on this route, so I don't know how many people are involved, but presumably there's one or two others that have kind of thought, right, well, we know what to do now, we'll do this in our own right. And And I know he kind of said in the forums he didn't really believe that they got kind of massive passion in the game itself. And I mean, I don't know the truth of it, but a few people have suggested that over time. It's like, you know, they're still clinging on to Trade Sim Classic. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was. I mean, honestly, I thought when it was in those Christmas announcement things, or whatever they call them, the days building up towards Christmas, I honestly thought we'd get an announcement about it, either with a definite release date building up to Christmas, or, you know, I thought it's going to be out in January, but of course now it's over 3 months. Yeah, I think you're right. Yes, indeed, yeah. That was worked on by that bloke Liam, wasn't it? And yeah, it seemed as though that was imminent as well. I mean, there can't be any falling out with Great Western because they, you know, used again the. Oh. Now it's got to be happy with how quickly I've got my speed down this time, surely. Yeah, I'm alright this time. Oh, I'm going back up again, Alta, and go. Let's get some more brakes on. Yeah, so I believe, yeah, which is amazing in itself. Because from what I can gather, the timetable editor and all the rest of it isn't the easiest thing in the world to get your head around. Right, get a bit of speed back up again. I mean, some of these people seem to have, you know, got a better grip of the timetable than the people at Dovetail Games, but you know, they've done some great timetable reworkings. Right, I see. Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah. Maybe that explains why Matt Pedalston got stuck with his 66 in the snow when they were showing off the Mildmay line. But I mean, it remains probably the most, out of all the features, the lovely graphics and everything, it remains the feature that I love the most. The fact that you can pick any time you want and you've got a full timetable going on with all the trains around you. I mean, that kind of, to me, showed the potential straight away. We've got a 120 coming up, so are we going to get a bell? Should be some markers, shouldn't there, to indicate that at some point for the reduction. No, I'm too scared. I'm getting, it's there, yeah. Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise you, would it? And as we've said before, it's, you know, it's a nice train to drive, and there's nothing wrong with it in that respect, but you know, you want it to be able to handle things as it should. Absolutely love that sound. But I mean, they've talked many times about issues with various routes, and that, you know, they are going to look into them, they are going to fix stuff. I mean, I always think the Glasgow-Edinburgh route was a route I was really looking forward to at the time when it came out, and you know, perhaps Rivet Games hadn't got such a poor reputation then, but the 385 that came out was just not right, and the sounds, even now, even with the mods that are available, just don't quite feel, it's not an enjoyable drive. And you know, if I'm going to drive that unit now, or that route now, I'll drive the 380, because that's a lot better. But I am very tempted to get this Frankfurt S-Bahn route when it comes out as well. I think I do like the look of that. I love the idea of it being 3 pretty full routes, and particularly now they're putting in the airport section as well. Looks quite a fun bit of a network. Tell you what, you could get our mate with this dead man's handle on this train. Yeah, definitely seems to be the case. The only thing I thought was a bit weird was, I mean, originally they'd said last month that it wasn't going to feature the airport station, and the comment has been made that they've listened to community feedback and they've decided to put it in. But it looks quite a major station in its own right, so you know, have they really knocked that up in the space of a few weeks, or was it the fact that it was always likely to go in, and you know, they're trying to spin a little bit of marketing? I don't know, perhaps I'm just being a bit over cynical with that. But I think if I do buy that, and I'll have to maybe wait a bit, because the problem is we've had so much stuff coming out, and you know, there's got to be a time when I think, hang on a minute, I'm not getting that just yet. And also I need to spend some time trying to learn how to drive German trains properly as well. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, it feels as though, I mean, I've lost count how many German add-ons there are, but not quite hundreds, but they're an absolute load. But I think some of these long distance services on the ICE train is it's just such a long distance, you know, such a much bigger country than, say, the UK, that again you couldn't really do it in one go, so you know, it needs to be staggered, I guess. But again, you know, just going back to that East Coast Main Line Railtour pack, I mean, I love the effort and the livery and the passion that they've put into it. I love the fact that they've created scenarios that are a little bit more interesting than the norm. But again, it just feels like a slightly unfinished product. You know, no brake rub sounds, no DSD, no working DSD. I mean, that's, you know, take me half an hour's faffing about really in tonight's stream. So faffing about for me, boring for people watching, and I mean, I don't know, perhaps did they make it clear that that was something missing? Perhaps I haven't read the forums enough, but they certainly weren't advertising it when they sold it. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's good, it's really good, I think, to see a new developer in the game, and clearly have an absolute lifelong love of trains. I mean, I think that chap's name was Jane, wasn't it? Oddly enough, but he seemed to be you know, really immersed in it, and he was talking about, you know, over the years he's like slept on stations because he knew there was a particular train coming through. Yeah, absolutely. Right, I see. Yeah, marvellous. Yeah. Yeah, it seems... I like the idea, and, you know, who knows, this might be a starting point. They might release locos in the future, so they put a lot of work into it, which is massively appreciated. Maybe just sold down the street a little bit by DTG, but by not kind of helping them and making sure, because ultimately you want to be releasing something that's, you know, fully complete. But I'm sure, damn sure, they'll play their level best, make sure that these things are sorted out, which is great. Oh, I love all the construction work going on. I'm not sure I should be this far down the platform. So before we go, let us just quickly have a look at the cab. All right, there's the score anyway, 17,494. So yeah, if you get the chance, I mean, if you don't get the chance to do the run, it doesn't matter. But if you do, then let us know. Yeah, no, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's kind of understandable, isn't it? But no, let's just have a quick wander. Yeah, I suppose you have to remember this is a Rotterdam service. At least there being some passengers still on the train is prototypical. But yeah, I love the detail that's gone on into this. Oh yeah. So you open the door. Yes, of course. So we are actually going to leave the station, aren't we? I guess because it is a Rotterdam service, and somebody else has taken over from us. Absolutely. Oh, I know. Yeah, that is true, isn't it? Yeah. Hello. Hello. I mean, I suppose the trouble is, perhaps, mind you, generally the Dutch are quite good on English, aren't they? Hello. Hello. No. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love it how you could actually carry on for a bit, and yeah, we can't get the inside view. Actually, if we sit down somewhere, we might get. Yeah, it's still going on. It's good when you see the scenery beyond the bit that you're supposed to be, and you start getting it a little bit wonky and weird, but yeah, I think we're coming to the end of where the scenery is in reality. That's the end of the catenary. Interesting they put a bridge in. Oh no, there's still some more catenary. But yeah, this is quite detailed this far out. Kind of gives you the feeling that maybe, just maybe, they've got plans to go a bit further on. Yeah, well, that's true, yeah. Yeah. There we are. So that literally is kind of the end of civilization as we know it. Still got trap 9, but I think we'll run out on trap pretty soon. Wow, still goes on all the way around there. Yeah, I mean, it just gives me the feeling that maybe, just maybe, they've got plans to go a bit further. Who knows? You never know really what they started off with thinking. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and thank you as ever for your incredible company. Really appreciated. Thanks for everybody that's watched as ever, and keep liking and subscribing anybody that hasn't done so, because the support is massively appreciated. I've not really got any thoughts and plans about what to put up next week, but I'll have a look at Creators Club. There was one scenario that caught my eye, possibly, and yes, we'll see you. I'll try and get one up in the week. Yeah, there was one scenario that possibly took my eye, but we'll see. And so yeah, so it's going to be Saturday then. Is going to be the next stream. So Saturday 5 o'clock, and then I can enjoy the Masters next Sunday. And then the week after is going to be Easter, but I think we'll be back to being Sunday for Easter weekend. So yeah, thank you very much, much appreciated, and until next time. From Power Flower, Trains and Planes, it's good night. Thank you.